Y'all, we're going to be in trouble. This is going to be trouble. So there was a 50% chance of rain in the forecast for the FOXXTECCA Pro League. It is 100% raining. I'm not ready for this. I've done 0 rain practice at Donington. I don't know if I've ever even done a lap in the wet at Donington ever. It's been probably a good 8 or 9 months since I've ever driven this track. I've done this track one other time when it was done in officials. I think it was in season 2 of 2025. This could be trouble. I remember struggling with this track. I remember it having tricky corners, and that's even with dry conditions with it being like that. So this could be a short night. We got an hour of practice, then we got 10-minute open qualifying after that. And then a 1-hour race following all of that. So we're going to go out and try to get comfortable in the wet conditions, but this could be trouble. Hope you're having a great night. It's been a long day for me personally. A lot going on at work. We had yesterday off. The kids didn't have school, and we had to be out of town for a sporting event for one of our kids. So we took a little bit longer of a weekend. We're out of town until yesterday and then came back. So today was effectively Monday for me. And the day was just wild at work. A lot of things going wrong. Getting pulled in a lot of different directions. Didn't feel like I got any of the work done that I wanted to get done. It was one of those days. So I'm happy just to be here and get ready to go do some racing, even if this is going to be a real challenge. So we're going to do the last couple checks and we're going to get on track. All right. Everything seems like it's working. We're happy. I'm happy. We're going to go do some league racing at Donington Park. I'm curious how many people are going to show up. There were a couple people that said that they couldn't make it for various reasons. And I have a feeling that some are just going to shy away because it's rain. The track is only lightly wet right now, so we've got that going at least. It appears I'm not the only one that's gone off track so far. What's tough about wet conditions in this league is because it's a fixed setup league, we can't use ABS and TC to help with the wet track conditions to help find grip. So we're locked into what I would normally have as ABS and TCS for dry conditions, which makes it a little bit tougher. Not impossible, just tougher. And like I said, haven't driven this track at all in months' time. So this is gonna be a fun night. I'm looking forward to it though. I like a challenge. I like driving in the wet, honestly. It's just more fun if I've given myself time to practice. Having 0 practice at a track I'm not as familiar with makes things a little more interesting. It was different when we had the wet race at Silverstone, because that track I've done a lot of racing at. So I had a pretty good idea of how I wanted to drive it in the wet. This track, I don't have that at all. And Silverstone was going great until it wasn't. Kind of like this. The conditions at Silverstone just really got away from us. That's what I'm worried about with this as well, because we're already lightly wet. The forecast is showing non-stop rain for the foreseeable future. We could end up in another extremely wet conditions type of race like we had for Silverstone. I just hope we don't have that, but who knows? It's a wintertime race at a track in Britain. Water is just kind of what happens. All right, we're starting to get bearings. Let's figure this out. Right now, I'm trying to just not be in everybody's way. Relearning a track that I haven't driven in months, in the wet conditions even. Hey, we're knocking time off. We were 13 seconds faster that time because we weren't looped in the dirt. I had so much more time in that lap too. This one's going to be blazing fast. Just watch. Oh, gee, thanks. Appreciate you. Try again. Just when I think I'm getting the hang of it. Just kidding. I didn't have the hang of it at all. I did learn the last time around, though, not to touch that curb. I'm used to be able to take that on a normal dry track. Can't do it on the wet track, though. All right, we haven't made the chicane yet. I'm gonna make it this time. I don't care if I've got cold tires. See? Manifest destiny. That's what that was. I said I was going to do it, and I did. Now I just need to do an entire lap. This is the type of night that I think is going to really reward bravery. And I will need to be more cautious than anything. I don't think that bravery is going to play into my wheelhouse for this race. Did get a full lap in though, so we're making progress. Now I just need to find like 4 seconds. No problem at all. I'm starting to remember how to race this in the dry, but that's not going to help me at all today. You can really tell the difference with warm tires versus cold tires, though. I'll say that. Not for this corner, though, apparently. All right, still need a brake earlier there. And I think I'm too early in that corner. Those hairpins, though, are going to be tough. It's going to be really easy to send it in too hard. And given that I've got to go an hour for this race, I still think that just being safe is going to be the better bet. Did you see that save? Watch that one back for the inputs. Too bad that was only practice. That would have been epic if that was a save in a race. Didn't even go off track. Sometimes I impress even myself. But we're going to try to not do that this time around. This time we're going to try taking the hairpins in first. It seems like the rear grip is starting to get there. All right, let's make the corner here. Make the chicane. Remember brake earlier. We're going to try first here. Still a ton of time we need to find. Just basically through the entire lap. We are up to moderately wet now, so conditions are getting worse. Harley is still doing sub 35s though, so a lot of pace still to be found. To be entirely fair to myself, I'm not at their level, but I should at least be able to get within a couple seconds. Right now, I'm close to 4 seconds off that pace. It's getting better though, getting more comfortable with it. Still improving, little by little. We're gonna get there. Getting a little wide in turn 7 is not the way to do it. Same goes for that hairpin. Been getting kicked in Tarkov. That's not a game for me, I'll tell you that. Arc Raiders is the only extraction shooter I've enjoyed. And even that, it comes and goes. I haven't played Arc in a long time, actually. Hairpin looking hairy. It's sporty out here right now. Your wife is like the top 1% of ARC players? Really? Well, good for her. I think the game is a lot of fun. I like some of the aspects of it. Problem is, with extraction shooters, it's not something I can just sit down and relax while playing. It's very stressful. By the end, the way that I've enjoyed it is just start the day on a free kit, try to get out alive, and just continue upping my gear as I do repeat raids. If I lose a raid, just start over with a free kit. Just go like that. That's the way that me and a couple of guys that I usually squad with have been doing it. And that made it fun again for a while, but that game has so much to do in it that I end up feeling like I make it a job and just playing that more than anything else and not having fun doing other things like Donington in the wet. I really want this lap to count. It's the first time I'm under a 37. And the conditions are just getting worse and worse. Might have lost it there. Gave up a lot of time in that hairpin. Yeah, we gave up the sub 37 and the hairpins. We're gonna try it again. have to force yourself to focus on one thing at a time, or else you get overloaded. Lap's looking good so far. I mean, I'm 23rd out of 29 cars, so I'm surviving. That's maybe the good thing, but it's not going to be a competitive race for me. And honestly, in this league, though, it usually never is. I had my best finish last week. Finished 14th out of, I think there were 40 that showed up. And it was largely in part to people getting wrecked. Last week was Catalonia, one of my favorites. This is going to be a race where I don't think I'm going to get to do much racing. It's mostly just going to be surviving. If I can make it to the end without getting wrecked or wrecking myself, that's going to be a victory in itself. Like I was saying earlier, I think that I'm going to have to be really brave if I'm going to find the time around here to actually be competitive. And being right on that edge of grip the whole time is just not a good place for me to be for an hour. So I'm going to push it in practice, see if I can't get comfortable. But I think at the race I need to just hold back, go 90 to 95% the whole time. It'll be better for me to complete all the laps of the race than to try to be the fastest guy on track. Because let me tell you, I will not be the fastest guy out here today. .37 flat that time, though. There is a literal rut in that turn for the white for the tri line through that corner. Watch as I'm coming around in turn 4 next time by, because there really is a rut where the left wheel needs to be to actually have the grip through that corner. Brad Curse. Do what Kyle Busch did? Yeah, exactly. What am I going to hurry up to the crash for? We're 30th. Backing out of this game's 15 spots. I know. I saw that after the fact. I didn't even realize he did it live. It's so much funnier to me. It's such a Kyle Busch thing to do, too. I do feel kind of bad for him. The race really didn't go his way at all. And he's still, you know, he's always going to field the questions of, oh, when are you going to win a Daytona 500? And I know what strong opinions he has. Rowdy Busch for a reason. Exactly. I know what strong opinions he has of Daytona and other super speedways because it's just a wreckfest anymore. So he doubly hates that question because he hates doing super speedway races. See, watch for this rut coming up to turn 4 here. Right in the middle of the track. That's where you have to get your left wheel to go, right there. And if you're just on either side of it, there's no grip. It is, it's wild. It reminds me of my motocross days. Of course, I was doing quads back then. We were just tearing up the ruts the dirt bikers are putting in. They hated us for that. But that's something I've never seen before. I've seen like a dry line that's like a car width, but never a tire width. All right, we're sub 37 now. So I'm at least getting better. Not consistent though. It's gonna get really sporty too once we're actually racing people. I've yet to try to drive this in spray. That's gonna be the hard thing. I've also not sighted in a pit stop. We're gonna see where that pit entry is here. I'm pretty sure it's after the hairpin. And it's like a quick dive on the left, if I remember right. Yep. At least they told me be ready and that it's early. Normally they're just like pit box right here. All right, that's an easy pit box to get into, or pit lane to get into. The pit lanes that are 37 miles an hour are always a little harder to get down to speed. Not having such a short run from the turn exit to the pit entry helps with that a lot, especially in the wet. Everybody else must know something about this track that I don't know. Or I'm just that bad in the wet conditions. It's one of the two. Do another pit entry practice here. was good. Feel good about that one. Because guys that I'm usually racing against are half to 1.5 seconds faster than me here. So I'm missing something, or they got those times in before the conditions got worse. One of the two. That was a good exit until it wasn't. Well, shoot. I really wanted to stick with him and get some practice in what do you call it? Get some practice in spray. We'll find out too if we can go flat here on cold tires. I don't think we can. Find a nice spot out of the way to put a bunch of dirt back on the track. Everybody appreciate that, I hope. I really would like for them to add ABS and TCS adjustments to fix setup. That's probably my top ask of iRacing right now. Not being able to change those settings in a fixed setup is an interesting choice. I don't really understand any what reasoning there could be behind that. Especially because both of these settings are very much just how the car feels to drive versus if it's actually got pace or not. Miles, slow down. I want to follow you. I want to get some practice in spray. Oh, he heard me. Maybe he's got the stream up. No, I doubt that. I've got to be a P-tuber if I want to be big enough that people are watching me while they're playing the same game I am. Goop, goop, goop. That's right. I love that you keep sharing gifs and memes of the burnt peanut. Guy cracks me up. Going into that chicane, the normal racing line is to have your right sides on the curb. So with it being as wet as it is right now, the weathered line is half on the curb, half off. So I can't find the clean line to approach that corner quickly. Every time I'm on the brakes there, it feels like the car is just fishing and trying to go around. Man. "11 minutes yet to practice till we get to go to qualifying." At least there's only 31 cars here today. This is a pretty small track to put a big field on. "31 cars trying to find a room on Donington to get a lap in. That shouldn't be too bad. 40 would start to push it though. All right, forget about that spin last lap. I said forget about it, and I did the exact same thing. Maybe I just shouldn't go flat there. It very well could be that we just don't have the traction to do flat through there yet. All right, that felt better. I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm trying to angle myself to the entrance of a chicane too early. Need to stay straight longer. That time I did that and it didn't try to fishtail on me. So extreme. All right, this time, don't trust it. I can't go flat. Let's give it a little breathe. Yeah, for me to get under 36, I think I'm just going to have to be on edge the entire way around the lap. I might be able to do it once, but not for 38 laps. Okay, try to hit this straight. About to have some impatient people up my butt. Be a good time to practice driving in spray though. Oof. Was having a good lap until the chicane. Still improving. This could be the best one yet. Just can't quite figure out what's the fast line to go through there. Seems like through the hairpins, if I go wide and try to have a straight exit, or if I try to hug tight, my lap time stays right around the same. Five minutes to go in practice, and I finally figured out the line through these first 6 corners though. Better late than never. We got a gap in the rain. Don't give me hope. So don't quite have it figured out, but close. So I am 25th of the 30 that put in times. So after all that improvement, still not a race winning pace in the car, but that's okay. Oh, stop doing that. We're going to go qualify here. Open qualifying, so we want to get out fast. I don't think I'm going to be very far ahead from the back of the pack no matter what I do. But I figure if I can start 25th, that's better than just giving up and being 30th. And the rut's gone. All our hard work burning in a line. Nothing to show for it. Green track, essentially. It's very interesting tactics by Ballas. Brother, you lost it in turn 1. Why are you driving like this right now? All right, we're alive. Let's make the chicane this time, though. Job done. A lot of room for improvement. Not getting held up by other cars would be great. Time to get 2 more laps in, maybe 3. Got too late on the brakes going into corner 4. That was close. Probably only 1 more lap in it. So got to make it all count right here. Just a little bit over the edge. Shaping up to be a really good lap. Lost a few tenths from that. No time left in it. I gave up, I think, 3 tenths with that mistake, so that hurts. That cost us probably 2 or 3 spots. So not the worst thing. Certainly could have been more costly than that. I'm still surprised that I'm sitting in 13th right now. But we are going to have rain for the entire race. So good starting spot. Good place to begin this. We're going to take a quick break. I got to use the restroom, and we're going to be in the car for an hour. So give me a moment. We'll be right back when we are ready to go racing. Well, the last time I started this high, I looped it in turn 5 last week. So we're not going to do that this time. Tires are turned off. Ready to go. Got to go do commentary for TPP. Good luck. Appreciate it, bud. Have a good broadcast. Hope you guys have some good racing tonight. So it is not raining right now, but it is supposed to start raining soon. Gonna be a good one. In an hour to go.
Get ready, going green.
Just need to drive smart, survive the start.
On your right. Go left. Go on. Clear.
Go ahead, Elliot. We got an hour to go in this. I'm not interested in trying to send it too hard here.
Clear. On your right. And the left. Clear. Right side. Clear.
Knew that was going to come. He loops it right in front of us in a flat out corner. What else is going to happen there? Not even our own fault. We just got caught up in it.
Hold your line. Hold your line. And the left.
That's the stuff that hurts. It's just frustrating.
The left.
Just being in the wrong place. Elliot was too eager. Wanted to get racing too fast.
On the left. Too wide. Right side.
That's all we're seeing right now. Is just people killing each other. Guys, we got an hour to go here. Remember, I always win T1. Yes, sir. I at least think I didn't lose my rear wing. I'd have a lot more trouble cornering if I had lost the rear wing. But we're down 9 spots thanks to that. More people spinning behind us. Cadence, we have an hour to go. Well, I definitely think the move's going to be to pit early for me.
Car in P1, just 50 fastest lap, 35.789.
What's up, Bunny? You missed the fun. I qualified P13, but the guy that started 14th decided to send it. Turn 1, lap 1. He got ahead, which was fine. I didn't really want to battle with an hour to go. But then he loops it right in front of me. So I hit the brakes to try to stay out of it. And it's a flat out section, so I got rear-ended. So not a great start, but long way to go. I have rear end damage, but it doesn't feel so bad that I can't drive it. So I'm just going to control what I can control. Get this one to the end. As I say that, like what am I supposed to do there? He just parks it on the apex.
We've got damage on the back end. We've got damage on the right side.
Slowest he's taken that corner this entire time. Soul sucking stuff right now.
The car in P3, just 50 fastest lap, 35.629.
We're going to stay in it. Because if I can get into clean track, I've got good pace. I don't feel bent. I've got damage, but it doesn't feel like I can't drive it yet. It is going to start raining again at some point. Conditions will get worse. And I feel like when the conditions were worse, I was better. And honestly, if nothing else, just for my championship, I've already used up a DNF for my drop race that I get in this series. Coincidentally, the last time we did rain. When we get down to 7 gallons left, it looks like that's when I can pit. Do a 1 stop to the end. We do get a fast repair. So we'll just pit early, take our punishment, and try to recover what we can. Well, we're 10 minutes in. don't know if it looks it or if I am actually, but I feel like I'm gaining on these three ahead of me. Look who's back.
Gaining on the car in front. The gap is 2.1 seconds. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 9.5 seconds.
See what kind of damage he's got. He was way off track. Saved that somehow. Chance of rain looks like it's actually going down. I have no idea what the dry crossover time is. I don't think we'll end up getting to a dry race, but it's an interesting development, at least. One spot gain from someone being off track. We're going to recover yet. The downside to if I pit early will be if that puts me back in the clutches of leaders and I'm gonna have to start being way off pace to let them by. That won't be ideal. Ugh, I don't like this. So Eric's gonna keep racing it. Looks like he might have right rear wheel damage. I can't quite tell. About looped it, no problem. Man, Cadence is a missile. He keeps missing the hairpins. It's just not, it's not fun to watch back there. Again, not sure how I saved that. Cadence off again, brother. Would have much rather I was never driving against him. We're steadily moving up though. Up to 24th now. The attrition's starting to hit. I'd really like the rain to come back. Job done. Was never going to send it, but I wanted to make him think about it. Got him to go wide, get on the curb. Got him to think about it too much, and he made a mistake. We get the position. Don't know how long we'll get to keep this, though. Eric's been a bit faster. Just got it out of the rut.
The car in front is going off.
What is happening? What was that? It just looped on me. Wasn't on throttle, nothing. It was just going around. Pain. That's all pain. Oof. We're almost to where we can pit. At this point, I think I'll just wait till the leaders catch up, and I'll pit to get out of the way. Finally, a good racer to watch. I don't know about that. You haven't been watching very long then. This has been a not a very good race, we'll say it that way. Lap 1, guy sends it on us in turn 1. We gave up the spot, no big deal. I was fine to just sit and be patient since we had an hour to go if he wasn't. But then he loops it right in front of us. A couple turns later, I have nowhere to go because he's just going around on the racing line. So I get off the throttle, hit the brakes, and I get run over. Then a couple laps later, another guy that's no longer in the race parks it on an apex while I'm closing and I'm faster than he is. So we run into the back of him, go off again. And then I double loop it right there myself. A couple bad races doesn't make me bad. Well, thank you. This one's not making me feel good. We still got 34 minutes yet. Appreciate you stopping by, though. Hope you're having a good night. We're just going to chalk all this up to the fact that I've got damage and say that that's what's killing me at the moment. It's definitely not that. But we're just going to say that's what's going on. Made enchiladas tonight. Give enchiladas, it's a great night. That's right. Anytime you've got Mexican food, that's a good night. My go-to is actually street tacos. Love those. Carne asada street tacos with some hot sauce on there. Getting hungry. I really wish it would start raining again. It's starting to seem like it's not going to. I don't believe we're at the crossover point where I could do dry tires, though. Definitely not. But that rain just keeps moving further away on the radar. Before it said 38% chance at 4 o'clock Ensign time. Now it says 38% chance at 4:15, which is in 15 minutes. So it's like it's constantly just moving away. When it says very lightly wet, so when you could change. Yeah, we're not there yet. Right now, it just says lightly wet. Like, I can see the starting of a dry line. I just don't think it's there yet. Especially because tire temps aren't over 220 yet. It's another usual sign. No, I'm just frustrated because I qualified 13th. Best I've qualified in this series yet. And got taken out twice, not of my own doing, just bad fortune. Those are the ones that are tough to swallow. It happens. I understand that. I know that. I don't hold it against the guys that made mistakes. But it's disheartening. Woof. I think that that's my first off track that was just an off track. I think I had 2 4Xs from getting hit and 2 2Xs from a double spin back to back when I hit a puddle and it just got sent on me. Let's see, but we've still got 3 laps until I need to pit. So we're going to let it breathe. See, it's almost dry right here, just not quite.
The car in front is leading.
That looks like Cameron Brown is going on dries. I just don't think it's there yet. And if we do get any rain, it's going to be the way wrong choice.
Gaining on the car in front to get is 9.8 seconds.
I don't know. Andrew's out on dries now. That right there tells me not time yet. He came out on dries and just immediately went around. And I keep seeing just sprinkles. Keeps giving me thoughts that it's going to stay at least damp enough to warrant wet tires. These two are also both out on dries. Kyle and Anthony are at least able to make it around.
Don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel. Engagement on the car in front. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
What do I got to lose? We're going to risk it.
Pit box in 3, 2, 1. Right here.
We're just going to have to watch that rain because it still says 38% chance at 4:15. This could go very wrong.
Gear spinning now.
Key here is going to be stay in this dry line. If I get out of that at all, we're just going to go for a ride.
Taking the lead.
Still don't quite have temperature in the tires, so I can't really send it just yet. That was close. Well, this isn't a situation I wanted to be in. Currently faster than the leaders. That's a problem. Not faster when we do that. Yeah, this is not good. I'm not going to be able to get around these guys without someone yelling at me. Oh, and there's the rain. Look at that. Did we call this completely wrong?
One car ahead.
Oh yeah, we called it wrong. Rain's here and to stay. That's it.
You got wheel damage. Pit box in 3, 1. Right
That's
here.
day done
We got
right
damage
there.
on the front end. All the damage is repairable.
Should have just stuck with the wets. Shouldn't have risked it. Live and learn.
Repairs are almost finished up. Let's go. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straight.
Well, that could be bad. How much aero damage do I have? We're gonna find out. Well, had the rain not have showed up, we might have had a good chance there, but oh well. I still think I'm going to get more points from today than I did for Silverstone. So we're going to at least ride this one out. Go as long as we have to. I think I'm actually the back marker right now. No, I've got one more person out that's still a lap down on, or on lap with me. Just try to use the water though to save these tires as much as I can. It's just painful. Nothing to do at this point, but just get to the end. Get to the checkered flag. I think Kevin Rold is one of the guys I was racing with at the beginning of the race. or would have been if I had managed to survive lap 1. Good for him hanging on to a 14th. Well, not only did I make the wrong call going to dries, I made the wrong call getting off of him too fast. I just want the track to go more wet again, make me feel better about what I've done. Well, that was the first casualty of guys still out on dries. At this point, by the rules, I just have to stay out of the way. Car's a lap ahead, get within half a second, I've got to let them by. Basically as fast as I can. And that sector of the double hairpin is just not a good place to have to do that. Especially with them both being on dry tires and me on wets. It's just not ideal all around. I cannot wait to get off track and get to Interlagos. That sounds like it's going to be a much better time than this.
fastest lap. 28.899.
I will be jumping from one track that I had no practice on before today to another track I had no practice on before today. But Interlagos I'm at least much more familiar with than Donington. I thought for sure that once this rain started up that this dry line was just going to evaporate. Apparently not. I'm not even sure it's raining right now. "15 minutes later, it's still a dry line. It actually seems like it's improved. He had enough damage. He's probably done. That might be another spot. See if we get 24th by the end of this. Boy, I'm glad I didn't just clip him right there. That was close. Yes, thank you. I'm aware. We might be getting the white flag here. That would be really welcome.
White flag. One more lap to go.
And it looks like Russell is still stationary, so we are going to get that 24th. So we're only minus 11 now instead of minus 12. See? That's why you stick it out. See how good our day just got? Really wish it would have stayed on dries though, because it is just now starting to dampen back up on the dry line. But all things considered, I don't actually know if it would have gained me another spot or not. Hard to say.
On your right. Stay on the left. Zero on the right. Top on closing on Spaghetti's 9.3 seconds.
Oh, get me out, get me out, get me out. I'm over it. I'm over that.
Checker flags out.
Well, that was not going to be our best race of the night, I hope. If that ends up being the best we have tonight, it's been a bad day. So we're going to hope that we are only going up from here. It can only get better. So, FOXXTECCA League and Rain and me, not congruent, it would seem. Makes me really hope we don't have rain for the rest of the season. We only have 2 more races. Laguna Seca is the last one. I want to say Imola is next. We're going to check that because now I'm curious. Yep, Imola is next. And it's going to be a sprint format again, where they do the 2 races, a 25-minute and then a 30-minute. And then the last one of the season will be Laguna Seca. If we get rain at Laguna Seca, then these guys are just memeing at this point. Because it never rains in California. At least not there. All right. Interlagos, here we come. For some IMSA multi-class action. Try to recover some of our pride. Man, the 2 times we've had rain in the FOXXTECCA League, I've just been unable to execute a whole race. We did it at Silverstone, and that was a sprint format. And it turned into monsoon conditions early on in the race. And I just could not handle that. I did okay for like 15 minutes. But then looped it, put it on the wall, and it was just gone from there. And then the second race was even worse. Conditions were still just atrocious. No visibility. Couldn't bring that one around either. So I've had 3 tries really now in that league to race in the rain. And I'm 0 for 3. We are in a 1900 strength of field for this one. So that bodes well because I've done no practice here. Not being 100% ready to just go flat out right away is going to be all right. Because this track will take me a few minutes to, or a few laps rather, to remember how to take this one. What I need to do today is just have clean races, not spend a lot of time off track. Because I've managed to get my, as I go off track right there, see that? I've managed to get my safety rating down to a 2.1. If I keep that up, I'm going to be in trouble. I am going to put an extra lap of fuel in it though, because I want to practice a pit in, and I'll have time. And getting pit entry down is going to be really important today. Car is definitely capable of a lot more in this sector than what I'm giving it right now, but I need to just get it back to the line, get some temperature in the tires, and I'll use my second lap under qualifying and my third lap as an in lap to get a real feel for the setup. Hopefully the car, or not the car, but the racing line comes back to me quick. It's only been a couple of months since I last did this track. We did it in League last season. But this is a track I've not done very many laps at. I never did this track before iRacing. So I don't have a lot of old Forza or Gran Turismo knowledge to draw on. First lap's a throwaway. It's like a pancake. Got a lot more to get out of it. Turn 4, I'm definitely far off base. Got a lot of work to do, but that's okay. It seems like we're still gonna find ourselves in a pretty low what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say low or slow strength of field, but at least one where I will be able to just comfortably remember how to race the track. Yeah, I'm still overslowing for turn 4. And I'm entering turn 12 too soon. All right. I know what I'm doing wrong. We can make some improvements here. So let's practice a pit entry here. Just about perfect. So we're currently sitting 7th. I need to find about a second for me to be... Let's pull up times here. Why don't we do that? Need to find about a second for me to get into the top 5, which I think is doable by the end of the race. If I finish a P7, I at least won't lose iRating. But some improvement would be good. Starting on hopefully the inside of row 4 will give us a good look through the first 3 turns. Let's make sure we get our race setup on. Don't need to go out with qualifying fuel. Made that mistake enough this season. We're not going to put the endurance lights on. I think the car just looks better without them, honestly. Some people really like the endurance lights. I don't. I like the more clean look of it, seeming like a road car rather than a IMSA race car. I'm in the minority on that, I'm sure.
One lap till we go green. Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is 1,989. Pit road is closed.
Well, we are significantly higher in iRating than the field that we are in. This is top split, believe it or not. Interlagos, another track that just doesn't see as high of participation as other places. Save fuel. We don't need to idle. Not sure how many laps we're going to do here. But once I got the tires warmed up, the setup felt pretty good. I finally gathered my courage to start racing with the esports setups instead of the safe setups. I like that. Don't race like a bozo. That's good.
5 cars left to grid.
I didn't catch how many prototypes we have. 12 GTPs, 11 Dalaras, 22 GT3s. So almost a 50-50 split. Jose must be talking about GTPs. Oh yeah. I guess the Ferrari GTP is the meta this week. I don't ascribe to the whole drive the meta car thing. I just drive the one that I'm the most comfortable in. Doesn't do me any good if the Porsche is the fastest car if I can't drive it. Because I just can't. I've tried driving that car. It is just slow in my hands.
Catch valve 14, car, catch valve 15, car, catch valve 11, car, catch valve 20, 6, car.
What is this Dallara doing? Well, the GTPs are getting ready to come up on the final straight.
Catch valve 1, car.
I like this guy. Don't race like a brozo, and also not pro. I like your humor, Simon.
Get ready, going green.
You know, I was thinking about the whole wanting to be on the inside into turn 1 and whether being in an odd spot was going to give me that or not. Doesn't matter when we get the green flag all the way back before turn 12.
And the right. They're on the left, on your left. They're on the left, your left, on your left. Go there. Go there. They're on the left.
Well, we're up 2 spots. For a second there, I wasn't sure I was going to catch that spin. I still need to be entering later into turn 12. I'm too eager to get around that corner. I'm apexing far too early to get a good exit. Don't need to do that anymore. Not just for the off track, but also for the near spin. It's occurring to me now that this is a track that's far harder on the right side tires than the lefts, which is the opposite of what I've been used to the past couple of weeks. That's what you like to see. Now we're building the gap to Jose. He was getting too close. I didn't like that. But he's right back in it. Well, we'll see what kind of pace he gets. If he starts doing 31s, I'm not going to try to hold him up for 40 minutes. That's not going to do it. Can't make that a habit. Or that. Turning myself into a problem now. All right. Let's not make the same mistakes in the first 4 corners we did this last time. Someone nosed it into the wall there. Their day's over. Making progress. Starting to find the time. 32 flat's definitely possible at the moment. I need to go through fourth and third, I think. I just haven't quite found the line for it. Gotta get this half a second down though. Third definitely feels better when I get that corner right. Those two caught at a really good time. Same with Landon. I don't know if Jose is going to get by before 4. I don't think he is. By extension, neither did Jaime. Got alongside and just parked it. Got a good gap to Jewel now. Not sure what kind of excitement they had back there. Too much rear on the brake bias.
Clear on the right. Faster car coming up quick.
You're not close enough. Really glad he didn't send it.
On your right. On the left. 3 wide. Right, 2 wide. Clear on the right.
Oh, that could have been bad. We got through that a lot cleaner than the cars behind it.
2.1 seconds.
Don't think I really have anything for the leaders here, though.
Faster car coming up quick. On your right. Clear. Left side. Stay on the right.
Can you get gone, please?
Stay on the left. To the left.
Well, that wasn't good. I didn't let Jose catch right back up, though. Kelly also held him up.
Griffin faster cars approaching. On your right. Clear on the right. Faster car coming up quick. Right side. Clear on the right.
Well, it might be too little too late, but we're finding that sub 32 pace now. This one's going to be a 31.9. So finding the pace, but it's not going to be enough to move forward, I don't think. Not without some help. Turn 4 in this sequence right here. Six through 10 are my problem at the moment. Guaranteed that's where I'm losing the majority of my time. Basically, turn 4 all the way to turn 10, I think is where I've got to make improvements. Just carrying more speed through the corners and being smooth. I'm apexing too early in turn 4, and I think that that's just slowing down this entire sequence. Entering turn 6 too fast. It's a lot of little things that are just adding up. And I'm up to 5 incidents, so that's not going to help. Plus, can't forget about Jose and Jewel back there. Still 5 laps till we pit. Past the halfway mark. You should have waited to this spot the whole time.
Left side. Still there.
There's no good spot for you to pass into a braking zone. For the LMP2s to get by, they've got to set it up to get a better exit out of 10 and get the run to be at least alongside before we break going into 12. I tried something last lap that seemed to work. Brake a little bit earlier than I think I need to. And just a little less threshold seems to work better going through turn 4. What are you doing, bud?
You're on the rock. Very damage to report. 20 minutes to go.
Man. Had no idea where that guy was going to go. At every moment I was behind him. Coming up quick, he was already on top of me. You were a little late with the call. I could pit, but we're going to go 2 more laps.
The car behind is pitting.
One more time around. Just kidding, we're gonna go in this time. don't want to be anywhere around him. He's on his brakes on the straight.
It's boxing 2-1. Right here. You're in fourth.
Ooh, that was close to sliding through the stall.
Okay, punch it.
Good, at least it's not ahead. All right, found the limit on the inside of that corner. I kept cutting that just a little bit closer and a little bit closer. At least I didn't get a slowdown for that. Coming up on a literal ton of lap traffic.
Coming up quick.
Buff. Just clipped the apex. Kicked me out a little wider than I wanted. All right, Nolan, you again.
Sitting down. Sitting down. The car in front is speeding.
All right, we should gain one spot back here.
That car is flat down. The car behind is speeding.
Comfortably ahead of Jose. Back in P5. Now we just got to deal with the multi-class coming through and the lap traffic we're going through. 13 minutes yet.
Last car coming up quick. On your right.
What?
To report. On your left. They're on the left. We got damage on the front end.
What were you doing, Andrew? What was that? Hoping I just have a little bend on the fender and I'm not missing my whole front end.
Car 4. Taking the lead. Last car coming up quick.
see what our speed looks like on the straights. They didn't tell me I have aero damage, so I'm hoping it's not that bad. But the 4X is really unneeded.
Back and fit. Left side. Down the left. To the left. We got damage on the front end.
Yeah, they're not telling me aero damage. Speed doesn't seem like it's suffering. But if I keep doing that, I'm going to get a drive-through.
Last car coming up quick. On your right. To the left. Clear. Last car coming up quick. Right side.
Brother.
Right side.
Sharing the track has not been fun.
Clear. 10 minutes to go. You're going well. Big minute.
10 minutes to go, and I'm in straight survival right now. Another 4X, and I'm given a drive-through.
Last car coming up quick. On your right. Clear. Car 1 is taking the lead. Right side. Clear on the rock. Slope on the right.
Don't like to hear that.
That car is flat down.
I think this is the guy that was braking on the straights before I got in the pits.
Right side. Clear on the rock. On your left. Down the left. To the left.
I think this will be the last lap car I got to get by. I took an extra lap of fuel, and it looks like we are going to get that extra lap. So this may not be over yet. This may turn into a fuel race. 4 cars ahead of me. Did they plan for the extra fuel? Because I manually set my margin 0.6 of a lap higher, so I set it to 1.6. So that I would for sure get that extra lap of fuel. They would have had to do the same. I just don't know, because it keeps jumping back and forth between we're going to go 29 laps and we're going to go 30 laps.
On your right. Clear. Stop the car coming your way.
I'd really like for us to go 30 laps instead of 29.
On your right. Clear on the rock.
It's going to be close, though. It all depends on where the GTP leader is relative to us and where the GT3 leader is relative to time expiring. GT3 leader basically has to cross the line with more than 97 seconds left. And then I've got to stay in front of the GTP leader and not go down another lap overall.
To go. Got about 5 laps to go left.
Yeah, and here come the GTP leaders right now. So I probably am not going to get 30 laps, unfortunately. The 4 ahead of me may. But it's not going to matter if I get the checkered after 29.
On your right. And left. Clear on the rock.
14. Well, the goal of just get a clean race in is a pretty resounding failure. We'll get another go at it at the next race, though. Write that down. I'm not sure how I managed to keep that in a slide like that. Cost me a mountain of time, but would have been a lot more had I looped it. Take 2 notes there. How not to take the corner, but then also how to save it. You love to see it. Simon underfueled or got to drive through, one of the two. Looks like he's stationary. So we're going to steal a P4 right here. There's more than one way to make a pass. Actually, he might be toast. We're going to come to the line. P4. I think Simon had his race ended because he's still sitting in the pits. Well, we're P4. We'll take it.
There's the checkered flag.
But we need to get this one parked and get out of here. Because we've got... the fixed race is just about to start. P4. I'm happy with that. Had very little expectation coming into that race. Last one for the night, and this is a very, very thin field. Looking like. Not many cars joining this one. Sadly, that is just a fact of life with the IMSA series. Fixed is definitely less popular than open. And there are weeks when there's just not enough people that want to actually do the races. I think that needs to change. I think this is a great series. I think they put together a good choice of tracks each time, with few exceptions. But people just aren't very consistent with the IMSA series. There are weeks when there's 400 or so drivers at every split. And then there's weeks like this where we get 40 tops at the peak times of the day. Doesn't make for as much fun of participating when there's that much change in, 1 week I'm going to have a lot of competition, and then the next week it's going to be pretty much open and not a lot going on. We again have an under 2,000 strength of field here. 7 prototypes. 7 GTPs, 3 Dalaras, and then 15 GT3s. So significantly more GT3s this time than over the last race. Starting to lose my voice. That's not a good sign. But we're going to go out. Last race for tonight. We're going to make this the best one. One thing I noticed, the HIMO setup this week is not high downforce. They've taken a few clicks of wing out of it. It'll be interesting to see, now that I'm back on the high downforce fixed setup, how things compare. There's been times when I've been faster in the fixed setup versus in the setup shops. The other thing for me here is this is also not a track that I jive with very well. Long, slow corners I usually struggle with. They take me a long time to get those down. And this track is just chock full of them. A lot of time off throttle. Turn 4, turn 6 and 7. Actually, just the whole sequence from 6 to 10. Turn 12 especially too, so challenging course for me. I will say the sequence of turn 1 to 3 when you get it just right is so much fun. So I suppose you could really say that about any track. They've all got sections where when you get it just right, it feels great. I'm gonna start thinking through some tracks. I wonder if there's any that I really don't enjoy at all. The Mexico Grand Prix circuit was the last like new track for me. I really didn't like it at first, but by the end of it, I'd grown an appreciation for it. I think the last one before that would have been a Montreal circuit, which I again wasn't a big fan of when I first drove it. By the end, really liked it. I don't know if there's any track that I'm just by rule not a fan of. Favorite track still has got to be Road Atlanta, but that's all nostalgia. It was the first actual endurance race that I did, and it wasn't even like the Petit Le Mans or anything like that. It was in Forza Motorsport. They had an endurance series. I think it was in Forza Motorsport 2, and it was the first time I did a 2-hour race without making significant mistakes and actually getting to the end. Granted, just against AI. And back in those days, you could rewind. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. But because of that experience, it's always just been a high point in my mind. Really helped me to get a love of that track. When you do 2 hours, when you're lapping every 80 seconds, you get a lot of experience with the turns. And it helps that since I've been on iRacing, it's been the track I've had the most victories at, just to hammer the point home. Well, we're not P1, but significantly quicker in the fixed setup. Right away, did a 38.3. A lot of that could be at the last race. If I was too hard on my tires and in the ABS and TCS too much, got the tires too hot early on, that could have been a big part of it. Just makes the car unhappy for the entire stint. But good to see that I can actually get under a 32. Not even on full grip yet. Currently sitting 4th. I'll need to get another spot to feel good about getting to the finish of this race. Podium would be really nice here. Just because these low strength of fields, it makes it hard to consistently get high enough to gain I rating every time. I'm always a few positions out of the top. Not an alien by pace at all, really. I have my moments in the right lobby, but usually, like today, there's guys like Patricio, which he's a 4,700, 1,000 iRating above me. 3/10 of a lap faster on his qualifying lap. That's pretty typical. The fixed session, not so much as the open. The open series, there's usually a guy in there or two that's like 9K or above. Every time I happen to be in top split. I should have done another lap to do a practice in lap. That was a mistake. It's all right. 35 minutes is going to be the distance. Shorter race this time. A lot less prototypes coming through, so hopefully it won't be as chaotic, but the experience level of the prototypes is much lower this time around, so that could be bad. Good news is I haven't tagged anybody in this lobby as being dangerous. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, we see it, Patrick. Last race of the night, 35 minutes to go. Need to gain one spot to get onto a podium.
1 lap till we go green. Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is 1,986. Pit road is closed. We expect to be fighting for the podium. Half the field is on the grid.
Taking a look to see if I'm gonna be on the naughty list from that last race, or the FOXXTECCA race. Don't see any protests coming through yet, which is good. Not gonna say it's not gonna happen, but 6 races down. Don't have a protest against me yet. That bodes well, right? I don't think I did anything in that race that was really protest worthy. Just got caught out. Unlucky in the situations. With the car that spun ahead of me. And then getting rear-ended when I had to check up. Then running into the back of the guy that parked it at the apex, overslowed for the corner. He took it slower than he had the prior 3 laps that I was following him.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
It was just unfortunate.
Final car to grid.
But we're going to turn it around here. We're going to have our best race of the night. Guaranteed. I try to get this one clean. Keep finding that sub 32 pace. See if we can't go steal a P3 by the end of it.
Catch stop 18. Car. Catch stop 17. Car. Catch stop 20. 1. Car. Going green. And green flag, green flag.
Another slightly chaotic start. We are pretty close to the back of the prototype field. It could be good or bad. Time will tell. Already up one spot because Steven got caught sleeping. Plus one more spot. Luis made a mistake and tried to pass in turn 4. Just slowed him up too much. Let me get in there. Now I just want to get glued to the back of Patricio. Hopefully we can pull away, get a gap on these guys. Try and build something here.
Good job.
Little understeer through turns 1 and 2. Car's not quite ready to send it. Steven and Lewis are battling. We love to see it. Just need to stay close to Patricio. As long as I can't let him pull away, I can keep this draft. That'll help me maybe be able to make a run at by the end of it. Need to tidy up that first sequence of corners, though. Okay, let's not 2x every lap. I don't know if you were wondering if that was the winning strategy, but I can guarantee you it's not. I don't know if it's conditions or what. This setup feels so much better. Certainly agrees with me a lot more. It's probably just the extra grip. Probably could have got the pass done if I took an off track there, but too early to take those kind of moves. He's at least feeling the pressure. If I can get him to keep making mistakes like that, we'll have a shot at this. Still ways yet till we have any prototypes coming through. He's quicker than me through the final sector. That's the killer. Because I'm faster through sector 1. But with how much faster he is through the sector 3, even if I stay right on him, I'm not able to get enough of a run down this straight to try to make a move.
The leader did a 31.34.
Just dead even on pace right now. I'll gain a 10th or 2 in the first sector. He gets it right back in the last sector. Might be finding something yet. Lazy little move under braking. Want to get him to start thinking about it. Little moments like that, if I could just keep the pressure on, doesn't let him pull away, doesn't let him get comfortable. And he is just trying hard to keep it right now. Knew he was going to go for that little fade break. All right, we'll see if we showed our hand too early.
20 minutes to go.
Be interested to see if he stays back there or if he dives for the pits right here. We'll see how good he is at following. He was doing all right at leading, but if he gets too close to be able to see his braking points and his apexes, is he going to be able to keep up? I just need to stay locked in, hit my marks. More GTP is coming now. We still have 8 laps till we need to pit. Really need Patrick to get by here. I don't think he's there. Really appreciate your patience, Patrick. Take the outside, please. Getting a little loose on entry. We'll try moving brake bias forward a little bit. 7 laps till we pit. Boy, struggled through that sector there. .31.7s aren't going to do it. That's not going to do it either. He's going to get a run. That's the section where I need to be strong. Good battle going on right now, though. We do have 2 more prototypes that'll be coming through yet. That's how we need to do that. Build a nice gap there. That's not going to help. Was doing really good managing that gap until right there. Coming up on lap cars now. We've got 3 laps till we need to pit, but I think we're going to go in on the next one by. Fishtailed it again there.
The pit box in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Oh, I almost forgot. Thought I almost forgot my tires. I did not. That was close.
Okay, punch.
Oh, not a good exit. Not a good exit. I was slow.
The car behind you.
It'll be so important to get every ounce I can right here. Ooh. That bodes well for me. Wonder what that was about. I'm not feeling good about this outlap though.
Car behind.
Can only hope that Patricio ran into some big issue with that lap car he was trying to get by.
Right side.
George, I need you to get clear.
Clear.
I can't tell if he just entered or if he's rolling to the exit. I think he's still sitting there. We might get our lead back here.
That car's clear. Got about 5 laps to the left. Left side. On your-
He's gonna send it. I know it.
Down the left. Your left. Fastest car coming up with you. Fastest car coming up with you.
That one's gonna get through clean. Next GTP is gonna be the leader. He's gonna catch us towards the end of the lap, which is not great.
Back to first place.
Just haunting for grip through that corner. Mode, I need you to get clear. 2 laps remaining. Thankfully, Luigi did not catch us at the end of the lap. But I don't think this is necessarily better. He might try for a dive here. White flag this time by. If I can get a good run through 1, 2, and 3, I think I've got a good chance to hold him off for the lap.
One more to go for the win.
He got in too deep. He gave me the nose and got himself loose. That might seal it. I don't know if he'll be able to get another chance as long as I don't screw this up. Just a couple more tests.
That car's a lap down.
That's going to be it. We're going to hold this one off. We're going to get a win here. That was not on my bingo card for today. Let's go. Great racing with Patricio too. Just back and forth the whole way through.
Great job.
Oh, those are the ones that feel good. Let's go, P1. That's my first officials win at Interlagos. Happy about that. Granted, we really only had one car that we had to compete with that whole time. But considering that usually I'm nowhere near the running for a win. Oh, it feels good to get one. Shame he already left. I was gonna give him a GR. Tell him good race. Timer still isn't out yet, and I need some help with safety rating. After getting 14 incidents last race, 8 incidents this race, we might get a win here, but I could also lose my A license in the process. I don't know what's going on with Luigi here. He must be out of fuel.
Race is over.
Look at that. P1. I want to go back and look and see what happened to Patricio on his lap that cost it for him. It would have been before he pit. I think it would have been this lap. So he just gets held up through turn 3. This is the lap car that I didn't want to race by this car. I pulled into the pits when I saw we were catching him just because I didn't want to deal with this. I had a feeling that this could go poorly. So he hasn't given it up in turn 3. And he doesn't give it up in turn 4 either. Yeah, I mean, I'd be upset about that too. Honestly, that didn't cost him very much time. I mean, I guess you could say it cost him a second, but what handed us that race was his early mistakes that he made when we were able to get the pass. I don't actually remember what lap it was that I got my pass done. All right, so it was this lap, lap 10. Oh, I've got so much adrenaline going right now. I don't even remember when I made this pass. I do remember that. Didn't particularly like it. But he made the corner. It wasn't necessarily a dirty defense. Oh, that's right. I remember this now. I knew he was going to give me that fade. And honestly, I think the GTP leader coming through here helped a lot. Was just able to get clear to squeeze by and hold on to that spot. And he never took it back. He was faster through these corners, but I was able to just hold him back there. I just kept positioning myself to be on the apex to where he couldn't get his run. He gave me the bumper a few times, but it was never enough to get the job done. But that's going to do it. We're going to call it a night there. Can't be upset about ending on a P1. First officials win that I've got at Interlagos. We'll be back on Thursday. We'll do some more IMSA series, and we're going to do the America's Racing League. It's going to be a GT3 race at Tsukuba Circuit. That should be an interesting time. Almost as interesting as this camera. I don't know what's going on. It just would not switch cameras. Wonder if that's giving me trouble. Anyway, that doesn't matter. P1, happy about that finish. We're going to try to run it back on Thursday. Start at the same time, 7:30 Eastern. We'll do IMSA, then ARL. Then we'll do a fun race, and then one more IMSA for the night before we call it. Hope you have a great evening. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on Thursday. We'll see you on Thursday.